Okay, let's get started. Okay, where are we? That's the button. Okay, and also leave room for the dogs. We have our cynical achievement hunting little farm down here, because I made, if you remember from yesterday, we had the Dasheng Mao, and they made us like $20 million. We got $20 million from our pandas. And so now we're just going to take it easy and grind out the rest of the... Actually, we only need one llama skin, one fox skin, and then like and then this whole area is just a waste of time. We could do whatever else we want. Zombies, ghosts, and slimes probably. But okay, that's not what we're doing today. What I'm doing today is... I believe I'm going to start on... Not this. I'm going to start on my new level, the Necropolis, which I started at one point and it was not very good. And so it's now just these 3 rooms. And I went through, I played Portal, and I took detailed notes of every puzzle in the game. And, like, the order that things are introduced in and when it, like, refers to other things. So, like, you know, room 17 has the same puzzle as room 14, plus some extra stuff where, like, things are non-portalable. Because it's this is the, what, companion cube? Yeah. So basically just trying to see how it introduces things. Because the thing about Portal is that it's about, I think, fully 50% by time played tutorials, kind of. Well, actually, what exactly would I consider tutorials in Portal? When do we stop getting, or when do we start getting, like, remixes of rooms? I guess it just is a very gradual building of difficulty, because you'll have, like, you know, put a box on a button, and then you'll have put a box on a button, but you have to, like, go through a portal to get it. And then you have put a box on a button, but you have to place both of the portals, because now you have the portal gun. And so it just very gradually does that. Or, like, you know, 2 boxes now. And 2 buttons. And so I think the main thing I should think about is what are the actual mechanics that I want to employ in the time stop area. Because if we go to test world, there's basically 2 mechanics. Oh yeah, I should also say, let's see, I should allocate some amount of time to this in our, like, monthly thing. So we're in second pass, so, no, we're in weekly March 8th through 14th, so play fixes and fixing levels. So I don't think we're gonna get to this stuff. Yeah, it's not gonna be 1 week. It's gonna be, I think, the rest of March into April. So what I'll say for this week is finalize the mechanics for the Necropolis. So that's going to be basically, what mechanics do I want to use? Oh wait, hang on. For some reason, options, display. There we go. So we have a lot of different mechanics in this area. We have these platforms that all fall. Oh, weird. Let's go back up. Why did it say? Oh, I guess because I pressed save and quit at some point. But okay, and then we have moving platforms, we have fans, we have these sensor doors. I think the only new mechanic that I think I want is basically a platform that you stand on and that like activates a button, and then when you get off of it, you can race the signal to it. And basically that will be, let's see, how do I want to implement that? Let's add a CSG like box somewhere. Let's get paint out so I can like explain what I'm visualizing. Basically, like, there's a platform that the player can stand on. This is their third leg. And then there's like a wire that goes up to a thing. And basically, let's see. Oh, our colors are on the other window. Hang on. Thank you, paint.net, for having multiple windows. I think it's, you know, it's never less useful than just having all of the things in one window. But okay. Basically, I imagine, like, once you press the button, there's a signal that physically goes down this. And then, like, activates the thing once it reaches the end. And then, once you step off of it, after perhaps some fixed minimum time, then it, like, races to shut down the thing. So, like, I mean, that's kind of it. But let's see, how would I design that? How would I actually implement that? I think I can do it really simply, first of all. By just having, let's have this be like our test wire race. And we'll have like a CSG cylinder. And then like area. And this will be some kind of player activation thing. One of these. Does this have like deactivated? It does, good. So on body entered, on body exited. Okay, so this will be shape. Interesting. Thank you, Godot, for like not selecting the thing that I was selecting. Okay, so player button. And this will have like min active time of like, you know, 0.2 or something like that. And then actually, I may want to make it so that it can do like other things, but for now I won't do that. Basically, I'm going to add a path. And the way this will work is we'll just have this path here as like the way that we activate it. And I was originally thinking like some sort of fancy material, but at least for testing, all I want to be able to physically see it is I can just add a mesh, or like path follow, mesh instance. Thank you, Godot, for using the wrong thing, even though it's not even alphabetically sorted. Like, why is this before it? Where even is that? Under, like, visibility? Oh, no. It'd be under spatial. And then, I don't need to see this, but I'm mad now. Like, I want to understand why things are the way they are. How is cull instance, visual instance, geometry instance? Why are these not alphabetical? Why is multi-mesh instance before mesh instance? Is there like a space or in the name or something? Like, what is the deal? But okay. All I want basically is that there's going to be like a completion or like activation. Actually, activation and then like deactivation. And this one will have like, for now we can just have this or whatever. And then for deactivation, so what I'm saying is basically, you know, when you activate it, it'll show the signal going to it, and then when you deactivate it, it'll show the deactivation going to it. And that way I don't have to make some sort of complicated shader. And we'll have this as like our like signal path. Or like signal wire or whatever I call it. This would be under entities control wire. Is it under time maybe? I should probably put it under time. I think it'd be specifically for that. So function, I think it needs, I know how to do it. Function activates pass. Function deactivates pass. Exports float var activate time equals like 1.0. Export float var deactivate time equals 2.0 or something like that. Already var active mark equals activation. Already var deactive mark equals deactivation. Function ready dot connect activated self activate. Actually, let's say like on parent activated. D. It's nuts. And this follows my, I had that refactor thing where I decided that like, well, basically because anytime Godot, like the scripts don't load correctly, it just deletes all signals that were bound to that script. Just implicitly, which is kind of crazy. And so if I want signals that can exist, even if like the script has an error at some point, I have to like, I don't know, manually do it in the script. It's basically sort of like, It's a big reason that I don't like image-based software, which might be sort of complicated because well, I won't get into it too much. If you've ever used Lisp or Smalltalk, basically they're image-based, where you don't have like source code. Or like the source of truth is not just the code, it's also like all the little bits in here. But the problem is these little bits break all the time, especially in like kind of buggy software like Godot. But okay, let's have a state here. Enum state. Activating. Deactivating. Active. Inactive. And state by default is state.inactive. Alright, Godot 3 is not smart enough to figure out that this is an integer. Alright, so if not, or if state is not equal to state.inactive, pass. Or like return. State is not equal to state.active, return. Actually, we could even just do debate. Okay. Let's see if this actually works. So we should be able to get these two. Is this? Oh, I see. Though it won't actually work quite right. Okay. So then state equals state dot activating. State equals state dot deactivating. And then we'll have signals here. Or like signal activated, signal deactivated. Well, actually, how do I want to do the activations? I think I'll just do like set process true. Because then we'll have like function process. Oh yeah, then also here, set process false. Okay, function process delta. Let's match state. State dot active, state dot inactive, set process false. State dot activating, state dot deactivating. So like active mark dot show, deactive mark dot show hide. And then we can have like a state timer or var. What should this be? I guess it'll be here. Var state timer float. Okay. Okay, and these are also both path follows. for now. So eventually I'll need some sort of like shader parameter for like a mesh to do like a cool glowing effect. But okay, active mark dot units offset equals state timer divided by activation time. Activate time. Oh, and this should be deactive marker, deactivate time, and then like if, well actually it should be like if state timer greater than activate time return. So like state equals state dot active. Very similar code here. Okay. Lots of beautiful stuff here. Actually, I'm just realizing this is going to be ready before, well, that should probably be fine. Unless this doesn't have the signal until it's ready. And that'd be unfortunate. No, I'm sure it does. I'm sure it works. Okay, let's see if this works. So basically, the activation and deactivation should work. It's just not going to do anything once it gets to the end yet. No, that's not what we need. We need this. Okay. The code is working. Look at that. It activated, and then the other one did not activate. On parent deactivated. Hang on. Function debug. What is this called? Show debug box. State. Let's see, live debug. Okay, where is accessor? I guess we could just do box.object view self and then box.accessor state name return state dot or like state dot keys state. I think this will do what I want. Source method arguments. Okay. The reason I wanted that. So now I have things here. But it doesn't quite work. Because tragically, this button, this little area, I guess, is not scannable. What if I put this here? Ah, well. What I really want is, why did it not deactivate? Oh. Right, so I've exited again? I don't get it. So, like, when do things work? Oh, well, if there's no timer, literally just like var, so timer equals timer.new, add child timer. This isn't rocket science here. Like, why did I give myself so much boilerplate of, like, creating, like, all the child nodes that are necessary for every random object? Okay. So now what it should do is, eventually do the thing? Hello? Is there, like, a timer associated with the thing that needs to have a timer on it? Select timer on timeout. So timer.oneShot equals true. Timer.connect self on timeout. Body connected on body entered. Body exited on body exited. So I guess on timeout we could do that. What does it mean? What does it mean? We don't even need this. We can just have this as like that, and then like else. Because I don't think we ever use timer. Oh wait, if delay or min active time? Okay, I see. It didn't have the timer, like, as a thing. I don't get my reasoning there. Okay. And now you can see, I step on it, it activates. Step off, deactivates. Though I think what we should do is, let's go to our wire again. I think we actually need both activating I don't particularly care. What I'm going to do is basically, if state is inactive or state equals state dot deactivating. So basically, in either case, we just activate it again. Okay, and then we don't really need these. And also what we're going to have is a like signal toggled or something like that. Not sure exactly. Yeah, now we have a thing. We can activate it. I think probably... Oh wait, hang on. Now it's like gotten its wires crossed though. Oh, I see. Because we need the same thing for if state equals active or state equals state dot activating. So in either case, yeah, so now it deactivates when you get off of it, regardless of like what else it was doing. I think this will give me the behavior I want. And then what I need is some sort of thing that it can toggle. In fact, I think we should have like a var real state, or like active, as like a that. And so what it'll be is if like set active true. If false, function set active bool. So like if a is not equal to active, emit signal activated if a, else deactivated. And then also emit signal toggled a, active equals a, and then like state equals state dot active if active, else state dot inactive. And that way get rid of this too. Basically this way it won't have duplicate signals, because the way that this is working right now, it's very easy for it to send the same like activation signal multiple times. Or like for example, if I deactivate this, so like boom, now it's getting deactivated. If I jump on it again, it gets deactivated twice, even though it was only activated like, or it wasn't activated. So now that basically just means it should correctly like open the door. And so let's just get a door. Is this... That's going to be annoying. Let's just add a like spatial door. Then I'm going to copy this thing. Or like, what am I going to copy? Square. Oh yeah, there's a song where they just say Spider-Man 5,000 times, so I'm going to skip that one. Did that? Or did that not work? There we go. Beautiful. Animation player, and this is going to be called door, which is like .gd. Activate. And then all we need to do is open sesame. And then here, physics. So that does that. And when this wire is toggled, signal toggle true. When it's toggled, we connect that to our lovely animation player. Okay, so now let's see if this works. Where's our magic broom to clean up all of this poop? But okay, now, boom. You go in, and then it deactivates. So, you can see, ta-da! So now I have a thing where I can race the door to get to a certain place. That's pretty cool. And so that's like the basic building block that I can use for more complicated things, because then we can have doors that are just like way too fast for the player until they get the time stop gun. So they like just go like boom, and then we leave it in the dust. Perfect. And then what are the other things that I would like for this? So let's commit this. Oh. New mechanic wire. So we're gonna have some cool things, like maybe you go up some platforms like we need like platform square. And actually, now that I think about it, there's also the I had the like clock work things. But okay, and here with this wire, we can have it like go around. And eventually I'll even make it look good. But I think having it be a path like this is probably the easiest option for me. So we see that. Oh wait, hang on. I don't even have my chat window open. There we are. Okay, and then we jump off. I mean, actually, why does it... Huh. It looked... Okay, never mind. I thought there was like some sort of janky like thing where it like at the very end it looks different, but no, I don't think so. So yeah, now we have... Let's enumerate the things that we're going to use in this area. Wire. So I think add a button that activates, or add a button with an animation. So this will be like animation model, visuals, wire model, wire shader, shader code. Well, I guess that's part of the shader itself. We don't really need that yet. So actually, I'm going to add that to March, like 15 through like 21. Will just be like, oh wait, no, I already have that in here. Intro. That's not going to be this month. That's going to be like April. Because what we're going to do is put the level together, or like put the there, and then like March 22 through like 28. I don't know, like playtest. I'll probably need to do that at some point. So wires, falling platforms, moving platforms, fans. You know, it would be interesting. Things that are activated. Oh, I have an idea. A simple way that I could make things that are activated differently is by just having several different nodes that are activated by a wire. So like I could have 2 wires here. You know, one goes to like some other thing like here. And it's like, you know, like 0.5. Like 1 or something. And then it doesn't connect to this. It connects to some other thing. And now I think... Oh, right, but I accidentally fucked this up because every single resource is by default like a duplicate thing. So I can't just like copy a thing. Which I guess, I guess that's the correct thing. Like, that's the more correct option by default, but I don't like it. So now I can have, like, more complicated things, like maybe maybe a platform is activated by standing on it, but then, like, so, like, you need to be at a certain point at a certain time. Like, you need to be, like, here. But then you need to get up to here before then. And you know what? I don't even know if I want the like, time platform. Except for maybe, like, 2 times. Yeah, I'll say, like, this time-slowing platform. We probably only have it a couple times. So yeah, I think the wire, though... I think this is a pretty good, start for a thing. And actually, a simpler way that I could do the mesh is by just, instead of having a glow shader, I just have like a, just a tube with a thing in it, and then the thing like fades out when it's like deleted like this, for example, so that way it doesn't look so grating. Because it could even do the like resetting animation. What if we made the minimum amount of active time on this thing like 1.5 seconds, so that way it's always active for a little bit? So that way it doesn't like jump so much. Wait, huh? What does that mean? So I think I've soft-locked the thing. So if we go to the button... Ah. We need this. Okay. Well, If state equals alerted, then we activate. Okay. If state equals active. Okay. So we actually don't... Not min active. Basically the problem is I use the same timeout signal for different states, but now, like, if you jump on it twice, it'll do the activation twice, and it'll do the timer twice, and it'll set it to active. Oh wait, I see my problem. This was supposed to be... Oh wait, okay, I understand why that didn't have anything. Because we need this. So if I did F1, boom. No, I can't do that. So this is only a bug specifically when this min active time is I wish there was a way that I could, like, get this thing. I guess I could just add a static body to it, of just, like... Well... I have a good idea. Kind of a dumb idea. Show debug. So if object has method else for this, oh, I see. We already do get parent by default. Oh wait, so I can actually literally just do collision shape, or like put this thing as a child of this, and then we could do like so this has like use collision on, and then it's also just give this like a default like red material, so that way I can tell that it's a button. But okay, I forgot that I'd already set this up in such a way that sometimes, like, unselectable things need to be selectable. Okay, now look at that. We have too much stuff. I wish there was a way that I could move this without fucking up all of everything. Actually, I have a great idea. Which is, just pause the game. Like, get tree.paused equals true. Because this thing has pause mode process. Set active, and then like get tree dot paused equals A. And I'm sure that won't cause any bugs. And I'm hoping that the camera will still work. How do I make the camera work? So, camera. Huh. Oh, I see. If A, pause mode process, and then this should be, I guess, global.getPlayer. So that way I can still rotate the camera, but the game is actually paused. If not is inside tree return. On base nil with, okay. If not player.cam break. Return. Let's keep trying until it works. So now we can rotate the camera. We can do things like this. Now it's less annoying to deal with the thing. Then I actually would like a, hang on. I think I'm gonna add panel container hbox label live debug middle mouse oh wait, hang on. Let's have like a button or like checkbox. This will be like paused. B separator? Ah. I didn't even realize these were a thing. Middle mouse click to view object properties. Okay, and now what it'll be is that will eventually like activate the mouse somehow. It's interesting that it does not. How does that not work? This will be like pause. Oh wait, hang on. Pause. Pause. Then like if pause. No, not quite right. So if not player or not player.camrig, and we don't need that. And let's have like var pause button equals. Oh wait. Var pause button check button equals pause. There we go. And we'll do connect pause toggled self on pause toggled. And the reason I'm doing it this way is, again, because it's extremely brittle. So if the script is ever broken for any reason, the signals will all be deleted. And also, what I can do is, if active, set like on pause toggled pause button dot checked, or is checked. I don't know how to do that. Oh, and I'm not shuffling. Okay. Is there like a... maybe it's in button? How do I check? Is it maybe in base button? Pressed? If true, it's pressed. Okay. Basically what I'm doing is having it so that the live debug can pause the game, but it's not paused by default. What's the difference between a checkbox and a check button? Hang on. What the fuck just happened? So a check button is a toggle display as a check field. It is similar to checkbox, but it has a different appearance. Oh. Then why is it a different class with entirely separate methods? Is Godot okay? Hang on. Okay, now it's fine. Okay, so which one did I choose? I chose checkbox. And so I think this should now be what it needs to be. Oh, and also we need to like hide this by default. Why is this not, like, registered? Why is this not... Why can't I click it? Is it because of something stupid? Like, when we do a ready, box panel pop-up. All we do in set active is that. Okay, and then set active is visible in tree. No, so we're just gonna not have that there. Like, why did I set that by default? So, like, what is getting the mouse mode? Is it this thing? Maybe? Filter, ignore, maybe? Oh, I think that's... Okay, I think that is what it is. I think it's like that control blocks everything. Maybe? But that'd be stupid. What does this mean? So why can I middle mouse click and that works? Okay, let's do like var debug box control equals no. This still doesn't like answer the question though of why things don't like invalid type reference. Oh, I see. Well, let's just say that it's nothing then. Or, yeah, because it's this box. Wait, then how the hell do we... Box.clear. Let's do that instead. Because what we're going to do is like function clear panel dot queue free box dot queue free. I hope someday I can figure this stuff out. Okay, so like if I middle mouse click and then if I close that. So now we have this working, but we still don't have this stuff up here, like doing anything. And let's actually get like hmm. Hmm. Foresee and get children, so we swim those. So, wait. I don't think this should exist anymore. Okay, because what we're actually going to do is like swim this. Okay, but how do I actually figure out why this is not being clicked? Because none of this matters at all. So, like, why is the mouse not clicking the thing? How do I figure out what, like, Godot figure out what control I'm freaking clicking? Let's check, like, GUI input. No, what am I looking for? We have the focus changed. Godot cannot click button. So let's see if there's any sort of like basic things that I can figure out. So like, I'm trying to figure out like what would be overlapping with it. Is it because of the camera? It's like, does this set input? No, it doesn't set input as handled. It does get the mouse motion though. So is it potentially like consuming the mouse input here? No, but it wouldn't do that. Because I can click on anything else, so like... And it's not because it's paused. I think, what if we... No, but this doesn't need to be a panel. I think. Okay, let's check mouse filter. Thank you for that, Godot. So to control ignore mouse, you'll need to find a place. So I don't understand what mouse filter means. Controls whether the node will be able to receive mouse input events through GUI input and how these events should be handled. Also controls whether the control can receive the mouse entered and mouse exited signals. See the constants to learn what each does. So stop. The control will receive mouse input events through GUI input if clicked on, and the control will receive the mouse entered and mouse exited signals These events are automatically marked as handled and they will not propagate further to other controls. This also is blocking signals to other controls. So that's not correct. I think it is pass. Why would like the empty control block all mouse input by default though? What is the, for what purpose? Yeah, I knew that that didn't make sense. But then what am I looking for? So the controller will receive mouse input events through GUI input, and the control will receive the mouse-centered mouse signal. If this control does not handle the event, the parent control will be considered, and so on until there's no parent control to potentially handle it. This also allows signals to fire in other controls. Even if no control is handled at all, the event will still be handled automatically, so unhandled input will not be fired. And then ignores this will not receive it. So like, why are these not handling it? Do I have to explicitly make them all process it? That doesn't make any sense, especially since it's not paused. I just remembered. This is such a like side tangent as well from the main task at hand, but I just want to be able to pause the game while I'm doing my live debug stuff, because that live debug is going to be a really important tool. And it's like, I should be able to figure out like why a thing cannot be clicked, you know? Is there a canvas? There's no canvas layers now that I'm thinking about it. Can I just figure out what button, so like Godot, what button, or like what control is handling the mouse? And I'm also going to adjust the microphone position. That should make me a little bit more clear, a little bit more loud. So is there node eating inputs? Mouse filter property might be filtering. So like, is there... Wait, but if that were the issue, I'm trying to see, like, what even controls are on the scene right now? Like, what are the active, visible things? I know what it is. It's probably the UI. So I think what I should do is just go to like UI.tscn. No, player.tscn, because I'm an idiot and didn't set up my gaming thing properly. But basically, I think this entire gaming thing does not have mouse ignore. And then this one should be mouse pass, I think. So is it this? Or like print? Wait, but no, this wouldn't affect it either, because this is a child of the UI, isn't it? Oh wait, no, it's in a separate thing now, I think. Yeah, I guess it is there. Yeah, okay. That would kind of make sense. So, like, what if we just hid the player UI? Like, just hide this completely. Okay, it is the player UI. But then which one is it? Oh, wait, no. Maybe it's all of them? What if we just let all of them pass it? And then this, well, that should be fine as it is. Wait. This should ignore the mouse. Okay, good, it does. But now I'm realizing the main thing is that also these, so every single child node needs to specifically be designed, and I need to fill it out in triplicate to make sure that, like, they, like, know that they're not supposed to be visible. Because basically all of these, and we don't need that, mouse should, like, pass. Because, why does a control that has no mouse stuff block mouse input? What is the purpose of that? Okay, whatever. Now at least it should probably work, maybe. I don't care about that. Let's... So now, can I do it? No? Okay. I'll just go fuck myself. Can I just put this thing on top? Like, can I just render it last? Because I think the problem is Godot by default does things through order, like the node order, and auto loads are always first. So let's do git reset, or git checkout player.tscn. So we're not going to have that there. Reload that. I'm not going to bother with, like, fiddling with this thing. We don't need that. Godot auto load control on top. Use a canvas layer if you want a node scene to stay above everything else at all times. Otherwise, find the parent. I was hoping there's, like, a good way to do this. Oh well, whatever. We can change the type of this to a freaking canvas layer. And then layer. So what does this mean? So lower values are drawn first, so this needs to be 0. Oh wait, no. This needs to be 2, because we need to draw it on top of everything. I hope... Wait, does this have the notifications for visibility? I hope it does. Okay, and this extends canvas layer. Oh, fuck me. So let's just set active false. And then we can have visible equals active. Alright, so we'll have like var active equals false. Why is this at the bottom? Why am I an idiot? Active equals A. And then like set active false, set active true. And also this should be active. Actually, we can just do set active not active now. Not active. Oh yeah, and we also need visible equals active. Okay. So now, maybe, just maybe, if we play our cards right, it will deign fit. There we go. And now I should still be able to, oh, fuck me. Now this doesn't work though. Because now we need to let the mouse go through the canvas layer into this screen. Wait, no, we should be able to just do like, no, okay. It's just because the pause mode isn't being set properly now. So why isn't that being set? On pause toggled. Pause. Oh. Because I just flipped, like, I just trivially flipped a thing. Okay, but now I can do this. And I can even do like, Eventually, I really just want the mouse to not register when I'm on the UI. Or the camera to not do that when I'm like controlling something. So like if I'm, so like Godot, check or click and drag. Thank you for that. Okay, what were they actually linking? Were they just linking the tutorial? No, class control methods get drag data. Okay. Godot detect unhandled mouse UI, or like input. let's do this. And then what we'll have is like function unhandled input event. So like if event is put event mouse motion and input dot mouse mode equals put dot mouse mode visible and this. So we'll just do the left mouse. Then we'll do like mouse accum plus equals event dot relative. Let's see if this actually works. Because hopefully it should mean that now if I click the mouse, it will like not do something. So like, okay, look at that. But now it just doesn't work unless I'm like, Is it to do with the fact that I'm now passing things around? So like I should like go back to these mouse flags and like not have these? I mean, I guess. Did I set these correct now? Are these all like what they're supposed to be? So stop, ignore, pass, stop. I was hoping that this would like work. Okay, what if we did it here and we did like this and we did like let's remove this. Let's put this here and let's actually do, well, that's fine. If active and this. Wait, shit, but now this is gonna fuck up all of my camera movement permanently. What if I just have it on the UI, actually, now that I think about it? Hang on. And we can also do player. So if event is this and not get tree dot paused. Let's do like dot extra rotate dot or like click and drag relative, and then we'll have a function drag. We can now do this just here. And there should probably be like if not get tree dot paused and or pause mode equals pause mode process. There we go. Okay, I hope this works, because it probably won't. I just want this to work well. So I think now I have to set all of these to pass or ignore. So like fade, for example, we don't need this to like do anything with the mouse. And then the rest of these, I think the rest of these can have pass. Then we need like a billion trillion things deep, 1 quadrillion items deep. So is there any reason, so status menu? I think the status menu can stop. The status menu can do what it does. However, gaming, does gaming need the mouse at all, ever, at any point? We can just ignore it. This one, though, needs it to be pass. Thank you, Godot, for not, like, exposing multiple things. Okay, and then this one, I guess this one's actually fine as it was. It was a stop, was it? Yeah, that'll be as it was. Story mode will also be stop. Yeah, so I basically didn't need to do any of that. Okay. Let's see if perhaps that works. No, wait, it won't. Because we need a dialogue UI and then dialogue viewer, which also does stuff. Well, okay, so this one stops it, which is good. This one, the viewer, the buttons, so basically all of these need to just ignore the mouse, I think. Or no, they need to pass them out. I think these ones all can ignore the mouse. Good, they do. This one can pass the mouse. This one stops the mouse. Okay, it was almost what I wanted it to be. Now we have that, and we still don't have this. But why? Is it maybe the player UI itself needs to have... Like, what has the mouse? Can I, like... I wish there was just a way that I could check what was handling the mouse. Maybe it's because gaming still has everything, though. Like, is there anything here that's going to be, like, taking up the whole screen? There are. There's a lot of things, actually. Wait, no, but this whole thing should now be, like, ignoring this. Do I have to, like, set it for every single thing one at a time? I don't understand how these work. Like, how these propagate. Is it the canvas itself? So if I hide this completely. No. Okay, now I can actually alt-tab between things. If I turn off everything in the UI, no, it doesn't work. And the UI is disabled. And yet something handles it. That's not what we need. All I want to know is why can I not click and drag? So like if I did GUI event, for example, because I know if I do input, it's guaranteed to work, I think. Let's do like, I need a debug. I need a new debug, I think. Well, let's try this. Okay. Is that actually what I want? Is that all I needed? Because then if we go to pause. Crazy. That was actually, wait, no. Hang on, let's double check. Crazy. That was exactly what I needed instead. And then I think all the stuff with pass was complete waste of time. So let's do like git status, git checkout, or like git add UI slash debug, git add UI slash UI.gd, git add ends, git areas, git add player script. Actually, let's add star.gd. And the rest of this stuff we don't need. Better debugging. Git reset star. There we go. So let's double check that this works. And this should also fix the bug where when I clicked in the UI, like the dialogue viewer, it would accidentally rotate the camera. So let's double check that maybe as well at some point. Are there even NPCs in the area? There are. So basically, now I can't click and drag there. Oh, wait. If we do a pass here, okay. Maybe we did need some of that stuff. If we do a pass here. Oh, look at that. Okay, and now if I click and drag in here, it doesn't work. If I click and drag out here, it does work. That's wonderful. Git status. Git dot. Now click and drag in the dialog viewer does not rotate the camera. That was like probably like an hour's worth of stuff. But it makes the game slightly better. Ever so slightly. And now it still doesn't work. Okay, I guess I'm a fucking idiot. Is it this now? Is it because that? No? Maybe we just pass this. Maybe we just pass every single, well, no, we can just ignore this one, can't we? How did I get this working and then not get it working? No, all of these should be able to just ignore it, right? Okay, there we go. Because yeah, there's absolutely nothing in here that needs to be, like, handled by it. But okay. Now we can get our beautiful things. For some reason the window can't close, which is weird. State name is idle. I'm realizing, though, one of the big problems was the fact that these windows can't close. Hang on. And also, let's put that back into here of, like, whatever. I've gotten so off track. Because I think I literally have everything I needed. from that one. So we have the one tiny thing, which is add a standing button. And so let's go back to Necropolis. I'm just going to delete this whole area, because this is now just like, I don't want it. We can just test in the world. Also, pretty soon I should start like deleting these old chunks, because I don't know how much of them I need. Like, yeah, like this one, this one, this one. What is this one, actually? What does this even have? Oh, paths, crops, and stuff. Because, yeah, none of this stuff even works anymore. Okay, this one, though, we'll keep it. Nope, don't need this one. Been completely replaced. Is this anything? Are these like all important things? Oh right, this is the old city. I'll keep it around. I might just like copy and paste it into a new area. Okay, that's enough scenes deleted for now. Let's go. Is this all? Why is this all even here? I could have just made this like a CSG. Chunks. Do we need a single one of these? We're not going to for a while. Yeah, I think delete those. Just have a hole in the wall. Okay, and all that's beautiful. Because now I'm just going to add CSG box. And I think what it might be, actually, is there might just be a little test, like a little example thing here of just like how the doors work. And then I could like toggle it permanently or something. Oh yeah, I forgot the entire point of the entire point of all that debug stuff was the bug where if you jump on the platform too many times, let's just put that in here as bugs, like jumping on the button or jumping in the activation zone too quickly causes it to lock open. No, it's trigger area. Hang on, and I'm still like malfunctioning. Okay, there we go. So do I want this door here? I think I do. I think I want a button here. So let's go back to our test area world. Let's just copy this thing. And we're only gonna have the one wire. Surprisingly. And now I'm thinking, how do I want to handle the exit? Okay, let's also change the materials for these two to be unshaded. Oh wait, no. We hide this part. There we go. And then we're just going to have a spatial door and animation player. Door, new, activate. And then what do I want here for now? I think what I'm going to do is just a square platform. I should probably like, no, I don't need to bother it right now. Transform. We literally just need to make sure that this, like, will work. There we are. Okay. Let's, wardrobe. Oh. I forgot that this is a thing that you can just wear. Okay. Hopefully that doesn't confuse the player. Oh wait, I don't need to be in here. Let's just save right here. And also save as like N1. Which was definitely visible there. But then Right. We need this thing's toggled signal to go to... Why is it connected to itself? There we go. And actually, I think the door needs to go first, and then the wire to activate it. And it'd probably be good to have like a prefab for that. Or like some kind of template. It's nice, it's raining outside. Okay, so I can do that. And then we can go through. There's 2 Rileys, and also this did not open. Why are there 2 Rileys? You know what? Okay, so one of them was deleted. There we go. So it's specifically, I think, because it is longer than the time it takes. See, I think if this is like longer than the min active time, it breaks. Or if the min active time is longer than the other thing. Oh, the game seems to be dying. Now, well. Razia, you're supposed to be gone. And there's still 2 of you. What the fuck? Let's just put another bug. Okay, and then we'll have in the world, we'll have in the necropolis, we'll have just the same button, or we'll have the same wire on the other side, and this should just work. There we go. Nope, that wasn't right. The door needs to be here, the button needs to be duplicated. There we are, a yin and a yang. And now if the doors are put in, it definitely closes properly. I should have made it so that... Oh wait, actually, I could literally just make it so that if the world... I'm trying to think, how would I most easily make it so I can just, like, edit the world and then press F6 to start the world? Okay, but let's double check to make sure that this works. Look at that. It kind of works, except for the fact that it keeps getting stuck. Okay, I think that's, I think, an interesting start. Because now what I want is probably a door where you have to race it to the end, or where it takes a little bit more effort to get there. So let's also have these wires like, let's have the deactivation and activation time. So it'll be like, I guess 1 is fine there, but it'd be like 3 seconds of deactivate time. And I'm just realizing for every single one of these, I need to do this. But okay, in my mind palace, I am conceptualizing, wait, why do we have this CSG box as like our, well, test stuff. Actually, just change the type of this to a spatial. Yeah, so I think I have this atrium here type thing. I think this is fine. And I think what I'm going to do is we're just going to start with really simple stuff of like, there's a button in here and it's going to open a door. You know, it's just going to go like boom, boom. No, delete that. No. There we go. And then like boom. And it like goes to a door. And then that door is the exact same door that we have here. And so now you can see like our perfection in action. You know, and so it'll be like, oh, okay, I have to go through the door to get to the thing. This one will activate door 2. Okay, let's see if that's even in the game. We don't need this anymore. Oh wait, this is gonna be a nightmare. Hang on, let's set this as the main scene for the time being. So that way I don't have to constantly come back here and like press F6 and do all that like rigmarole. Okay. So now let's just make this have a longer deactivation time of like 7 seconds. Boom. Perfect. And then where do I want to go from there? So we have basically a demonstration of the most basic interaction. Step on a thing, you see the thing go, and then you see the like deactivation signal go, like that. Oh, now, oh, okay, I see. Took him a bit. let's look at my references to Portal. So, because we don't need to have the like very, very basics of like doing the, you know, being in a room where you don't do anything. Because I have a plan for an intro that kind of does a similar idea. So we don't need to introduce like the concepts of moving and looking around. We're going to assume the player knows those, and we're going to assume the player knows the basic like movement of like jumping and stuff. So I think having the thing go really fast, this honestly, I'm pretty happy with how this mechanic works. I think it's just going to be like clear to the player what they're supposed to do with that. Go to the door and then race the blue dot. And eventually it might be, you know, some other color or something like that, but that's basically what it's going to be. And now what I need is, let's put a CSG box. And I think now we introduce a new concept. So what we have, for example, in Portal, room 0, you literally just grab a box and put it on a button. We have our equivalent to that in just stand on the button until the thing activates. And then room 1, let's see. What is room 1? Second portal usage, second box. Oh yeah, it's the one where the portal is just like, you have to time it. So we have basically a decent equivalent to that of like just jump. Just run and jump once to get to a thing. And eventually I should add like a more like, you know, thematic thing, and actually like a door. Like eventually it needs to connect in a way that makes physical sense. Right now these are like purely theoretical challenges. And I can think about like what is a cool layout for this building as well and stuff like that. But okay. So in this one, a little introductory speaking so you can one cycle. Okay, so that's where you actually get the like gimmick, or you get your blue portal. So I wonder if I should have the time slowing machine. I don't think I will. I think I'm going to go off script now. I'm going to introduce the second major mechanic, which is the fans. And it's going to be really simple. You just get on the fan, and then there's going to be another fan that you can't walk through. So you're going to look at this, and you're going to be like, wow, that's a cool video game. I could go a little faster. Let's have the default fan speed be like 5. And then you can see like, oh, I can't walk into the fan, for example. It's so powerful. It's blowing me away at a whopping 5 miles an hour. And I could maybe just create, now that I think about it, I could just create a better visual metaphor for these things. Well, no, because they need to respond to the time slowing. But okay, so now that we've shown the fans and the things, I think it's time to show other things. Or to do another, like, door puzzle. So I think once we get up here, I want to go down, probably. Or I have an interesting idea. We don't do a fan puzzle right after this. Instead, what we do... Well, first of all, I'll put this here to hint to myself that, like, reminder, put a thing behind there so that way the player's like, how do I get behind there? I don't know how. The video game is too advanced for me. And also, I should make sure that I know where the neighbors are. It's always important to know where your neighbors are. But okay, I think another more complicated timing puzzle where essentially we need to have a thing activate and then another thing deactivate. So we're going to have two doors. Going to be after these fans. So I'm going to be like this. And this one will be swapped. I did the wrong one. And this one, these two doors will be swapped. Because the way this will work is we get our button. There. And we have two wires. And these all need to be unique. But okay, wire 1 will go to like here. And this will have an activation time of like 2 seconds, deactivation time 3, that's fine. Because the other wire will have an activation time of like 1 and like 1.5. And so this will get the brain of the player more advanced, more complicated than before. Man, I'm already imagining like the most fucked up possible combinations of mechanics I could have. Like, you know, you slow down time, but then you need to unslow down time to use a fan to get up someplace, but then you need to like keep track of like 2 or like 5 different things at once. You could, the difficulty here could elevate so high, but I don't think I have like the design chops to really like tune a difficult level. But okay, so when wire 1 is connected, we will go to door 4, or door 3. Not quite. On wire toggle. And then this one, we edit. We go to door, other door, door 4. Let's see if these work. These might even be in the game now. Let's save here. Crazy to me that Razia is not, like, getting dismissed. I thought I fixed that, but I guess I didn't. I guess that's what happens when you design, like, a whole bunch of features without doing any bug fixes whatsoever. Oh, now she's gone. Nope, she's back. Wait, weird. Oh, I see, because the reset animation is wrong. So we go to door 4. Clear these. Then clicky clack, patty whack. So now it should be the player can see this. Oh, and thankfully they can't get soft lock here. But okay, so they can see. Oh, I messed up the should have swapped them around. Oh no, I see how to do this. We have this one just do like 3 seconds. And then like 3 here as well. Or like 4 or something like that. And then this one should be fine as it is. Or we do like 1.5 here. And like, yeah, that should be fine. The deactivation time for this one, I think, should be faster, like 2. I don't think it's possible to get soft lock, or soft locked. I'm just realizing I don't know how I actually want this puzzle to work. I guess we could do that. Actually, now that I think about it, we could wait. We could just make this one activate faster than the other one. So it's like, this one's 1, and then it's like, wait, is that one opened though? No, the problem is then that we wouldn't be able to see which one is open and which one isn't. That's too complicated, I think. This has already gotten to a point where it's like not intuitive what the solution is. But I am thinking, what if I made it so that this had like a transparent gem material here? Yeah, I think a better way of doing this is to just have a slightly more like complicated navigation. Also, I think I might actually prefer having the having the like activation and deactivation be independent signals or like independent variables, so that way like you send one after the other, so there's like a window. Yeah, you know what, I think that'd make more sense as well. Let's go back to test world, because what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have a thing here of just what am I going to go? What am I looking for? Nothing here, actually. I need the wire, which will have, instead of all this state crap, we're just going to have var activations, array, deactivations, pool float, real array, and then like var markers. So like give markers and inactive deactivate mark. And the way that we do this is just function, so like for a in activations. I think I actually want like a class like n activation, so like var time float var marker path follow. Active mark dot remove child, or like move child active mark, remove child deactive mark, and we can just have these both be array. Then for a in activations, a dot time plus equals delta if a dot time greater than or equal to activates time deactivate, and then let's do like var I, so like removed a, also activations equals nothing, deactivations equals nothing. Because fun Godot 3 bug, if you assign an array here, it's the same array for every instance. Like if you assign an empty array on initialization, it then gives all of them the same array. So every node will just be editing the same stuff, but okay. For a marker equals activations I, activate to remove a equals I, else a dot node dot units offset equals a dot time divided by thing. Or active time. I guess that's what it is. Activate. Okay, and then for a in to remove a oh fuck, dot reversed, in oh yeah, this actually needs to be dot size, to remove a dot size, var r equals to remove dot a dot pop back, activations dot remove at r. This is actually a bool int array. Oh cool, it doesn't have pop back. It can't pop it back, it's so tragic. But okay, we actually need for I in to remove dot size, and then we do var s equals to remove a dot size, and then we do s minus I minus 1. Which I think gets us what we would want. No, because then we'd have... Okay, I think this does get me what I want. Because then we go from back to front. Or from end... Yeah, from the first to the end. And erase gets the index, right? No. Where's remove? There we are. And let's actually do like var should activate equals like count or like update list activations delta. Function update list array delta float. And then like var result equals false, result equals true. Return result. And this is cool. Okay. The reason I wanted to do this is so that then I can do deactivations should deactivate. And then if we should activate and deactivate, what should we do? Activate. Set active true. Elif should deactivate, set active false, and then we have var active equals false. Okay. And we don't have that because we don't need it. And all we do here is, let's do like if activations.empty and deactivations.empty set process false return. And then we're just going to append a like activation. Activations active mark. Kind of an unhinged thing here. And then we don't need any of this stuff. In fact, we don't even need these functions because we can just do that. And then we're going to have a function, append marker. And I'm going to replace this with process list. And then function append marker list, or like template follow. So var m equals function init. So template path follow marker equals template dot duplicate time equals 0. And there we are. List.end marker new template. Beautiful. In fact, we don't even need this. Well, I'll keep it. Okay, so all of that should be that now when I get onto the platform, we have none of the things that we had before. And now I can like erase the signal, so we go boom. Didn't work. Interesting. Oh, because we need to add the child. Add child marker dot node or marker. Okay, so good thing I didn't do this. For m equals this, append m, and then we do like an add child m. This is okay, yeah, this is the path. Dot marker, and then actually when we do a to remove, we'll do like list r dot q, or like, yeah, dot marker dot q3. Okay, so now it should get deleted. So boom, it exists. So did we do that? Did it not activate properly? Hang on, let's go to like... What is our time here? Don't we have like activations? Oh, we don't. Because they're not exported. Function. Right. Interesting that it's like appending them like once every like 5 milliseconds. Oh, I see. Because it appends 2 of them. And so I should probably have like a max. Oh, and then also we need to have like a set process true. -1. Did it like, did the game work? Why did it instantly turn off? I pressed the button. Okay. There we go. That guy's gone. Don't work. Why don't it work? So what is activations.size? So list is one object, delta float. What the hell is this? Hang on. How does the for loop in Godot work? Godot for loop. Because I know there's some way... What is this? Is this actually like a thing that's like... Okay, that seems to do what I want. Then what was the issue? I see one issue at least. To remove a dot append I. Okay, so what is I? What can I go up to? So we got 1, we add its time, and then we set it's there, good. And then there's nothing in the deactivation list, okay. So I think now, no, okay. What? But it says activations has an object. And then, oh wait. Is it a list of a list? Wait, what? Oh. Okay. Easy. Boom. And then they go, and they activate, and then... So why did they deactivate briefly, but then not deactivate the rest of the way? Oh, because now... If A not equal to active, active equals A. Okay, so that's fine. But then why does the deactivation not start? Oh. Because we need deactive mark. Okay, so now if we do this, there we go. And so now I can actually erase this. And look at that. So now it works a little bit better. Let's just add that. Git add dot, git commit m, some intro level stuff. Oh wait. Reset. Why is video game not working? Hello? Oh, I wasn't focused on it. But okay. Let's go from the top. Also, I don't know if I'm getting much enrichment out of the dogs anymore. Do we at least have, like, how are the dogs doing? So we've made, like, no money. But okay, do I have at least the full journal? Have I achievement hunted sufficiently? We need more foxes. We need more llamas. So you know what? Combine the dogs. All right. We do llamas now. Or foxes, because they're cheaper. And then I'm pretty sure I can just rebreed again, like as soon as that's ready. But okay, let's make sure this works. Doesn't work. Oh, it does, but it's invisible. Oh, because we need to show it now. So like template, add child m.marker, m.marker.show. I also probably need some way of like well, we need probably a better way of like regulating how many of them are sent per second. Yeah, I broke it. I broke the button. But okay, so that's specifically an issue with the button. As it's been established, I think it's basically if you like activate it. Oh wait, did I see a... Oh. We need our time, hang on. Pause this. Max time. Float. Delta float. Activate time. Deactivate time. I knew there were parameters I was forgetting there. And then we have this divided by max time. I'm getting like milk voice. Okay, and then we resume. So now, beautiful. We have a little signal. And so now the player can also race those signals. In fact, that might make that activation thing more intuitive. Basically, like, there's a door here, and then... Yeah, now the shader is going to be a bit more important to, like, figure out, like, what exactly is happening with all of these. But okay. Now we can actually make these have like a similar amount of time, I think. Or we can make the door close a little bit after. Because now it makes much more sense to be able to do like a... go to wire 2, for example. Have this close after this thing. It's like 2.5 or let's do like 1 point... Let's just do 2 and let's do 1.5 here. Or like 1 or something like that. Admittedly, I don't... These are like placeholder numbers anyway, so I don't know why I'm worried about it so much. But okay. So now what you're doing is you're racing the activation signals, or you can finagle it to get like the timing otherwise like correct. Yeah, so I think the player should just be able to like go fast enough and then it all works out in the end. How would I do a shader? I think what I would do is probably... Because what I envisioned was basically like the activation is like this glowing, and then the deactivation is the glow disappearing. And so that way, like, you can have these little bands of color. But the problem is, if there's arbitrarily many activations and deactivations, that's obviously going to get, like, a pain to be. Or be very difficult to manage. So I think it might just be... I think it might just be the little balls. Even though it does feel kind of weird to have so many of them. Especially since now you can, like... just make him, like, jiggle back and forth a lot. And this does leave the player locked in a position. But yeah, so there's basically two ways to solve this. Either outrace the activation, or time the deactivation. Okay. Now that seems like a manageable puzzle. Okay, we don't need that anymore. We don't really need this anymore. Now we can go to a thing, and I think what I'm going to have is another little area where there's just a door that activates way too quickly for the player. And like another direction they can go as well. This will just be like this one. Yeah, this is a much better puzzle than what I had originally. Like with the like closing doors and like the spinning stuff. Actually, what if we have this way up high? Well, no. I think what I'm going to make it is that it's so plainly obvious that you can't get it that it's like, okay, what is actually happening here? You know, so there's one that goes this way. Why is it like that? There we are. And we're not going to have wire 2. And it'll be like 0.2 and 0.2 either way. And also make this unique just in case. Actually, does the game even... Oh yeah, this game does, when you save and quit, it saves your position. But okay, and for now we can just go around this. Zoop. Zoop. I don't even... Actually, is that going to be too slow for the... Or too fast for the player to even handle at all? Okay, these wires. Edit. Let's go to door 5. Yeah, let's double check that this will even work. So like item, wep, time, gun. I don't know how to type. I don't need no dang freaking things. Oh yeah, that'll be easy. And then there has to be one on this side to like make it more feasible. Oh. There we go. Took me a few tries. Make this unique, and then we can do just back to like 1 and 2. Just in case they somehow got themselves in this room, they can like not soft lock themselves. Oh wait, hang on. We need the whole button. Make unique. Blah blah. And then this. Yin and yang. Perfect symphony. Perfect harmony. And they can get like... Hang on, let's even like put bugs in here. This will be crazy, I know. I haven't put bugs in a very long time. And it had to load up the hard drive. It's spinning up, the entire game is freezing. I don't even know the thing that bothers me most about it freezing like that is that it's not even like contact. Like, why does the external drive spin up when I load data from my C drive? Like, what is wrong with the setup? Okay, but now we can definitely see. That works. Oh yeah, the nice part about this is I don't even need to test. I can just do that and it's like, okay. And the two Rileys, why do they not have consistent codes? Hang on, NPCs don't have consistent codes? They should. Also, Riley's a lot taller than she used to be. Oh, and you can see how sunken in Jackie's eyes are getting. But okay, so we have our first, like, thing where it's like, okay, we just can't get there. And it's like, I hope for the player that they're like, okay, that is obscenely fast, so there's no way I can do that. And then one of the things I'm thinking of having is what I'm going to call regulation fields. And a regulation field is going to be a thing where you pass through it and time just resumes normally. In fact, let's make one. It's going to be, I think I want... What I really want is for no matter what size it is, or for it to be easily resized, but I don't think I can do that. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to have area, shape, mesh instance, then like cube mesh, box shape, and the material should be bubble, or what do we have? Like additive? Let's try bubble. What's the gravity? Hologram. That's what I want. No, that's not what I want. What does the grav gun projectile look like? Is that the exact same thing as the bubble dot shader? It is, okay. So let's actually put that back. So bubble shader, there you go. And then bubble depth shader. There we go. So that way we see a little bit of this. And then also I'm thinking cull should not be disabled, probably. I guess it's fine as it is. Then let's have like this as our thing. Let's do raw, and we're gonna have like 2 alpha. No, we can't do that. Okay, so this is going to be our regulation zone. And this will have a script. So function ready, mask equals, I shouldn't set those things there. What I will do though is var m equals mesh instance var s equals shape. Actually, let's just have like export bool var simple shape equals true. Box shaped mesh and collider. M dot mesh equals cube mesh dot new m dot mesh dot let's do like var cm equals cube mesh dot new cm dot bounds will equal size equals s dot, let's do collision dot shape as box shape times 2. Remove times 2 in Godot 4. Let's just say it like this. Godot 4. Remove times 2. And then mesh instance dot mesh equals cm. Okay. Oh, and this should also be if simple shape. Function enter or like var g or like x equals connect body entered self on body entered function r or like on body entered. Also, I want this to be a tool. Wait, actually, where is this saved? Regulation zone. This needs to be an entity's control time. Actually, where's my other, like, time platform stuff? One-time time stuff. No, this should be in entities control time. That's not a one-time thing. Cancel. Are there any other, like, entities here? I guess the rest of these are fine. Yeah, the rest are fine. Okay, so we don't need that anymore. We need regulation zone. Close other tabs. Global.time.resume. I guess this should actually be time management. So start time, I guess toggle slow time, or like, what should it be? How do these bad boys work? So let's do, like, actually just do, like, if this. There we go. And we don't need that. And this should hopefully also wipe the player's stuff. Okay, yeah. Time slow toggled equals not time slow toggled if not time slow toggled, time slow by player equals false. Oh, wait, we should probably just have like a function resume time of just like time slowed by player equals false, time slow toggled equals false. No, I swear we do have this. Hang on. What the hell is the problem with this thing? So like if we go to time gun, how does the time gun shoot? It does resume. Is there a function resume that I'm missing? There is, because I'm stupid. Why is it not up with slow time, though? Why is it with, like, the volume shit? Why am I so dumb? There we go. But okay, so now we're gonna start getting into weird stuff. And also, like, if, not engine.editor int. There we go. I wonder if the player is going to get too confused by something like this, because what I imagine happening is oh wait, we should not have that change. Actually, we could have that change. We could just have like mesh instance.transform equals collision shape.transform. And then I think if I just do this, no, that doesn't change it. But now we can do this, and then I don't have to make everything, single thing unique. I can just do it like one at a time. Like, look at that. And we should probably have these materials be a bit less excitable. Let's have it be like 1, 1, 1. Or maybe like 1.5, or I don't know. In fact, what if we made it a little bit pink colored? If we add a little bit extra red. And then a little bit less green, like 0.7 green. See, now we got a funky thing going. Now we got things that are happening. And eventually I could even like make the material look good and like move around and stuff. Okay, make this unique. Because what we're going to do is we're going to try to figure out, or we're going to put a like time slow platform. So this is TS thing pickup. We need time machine 1. And now we have a much easier way of doing this because we don't need to have like this control all of the other stuff. So we're gonna have a wonderful thing like this. Where's the like, is there not, there's a CSG cylinder in here somewhere. Is it not here anymore? Oh wait, oh I see. Silly me. Okay, but what we actually want here as well is some sort of like, I think a cool, inaccessible area And then like, let's have just a platform square right now. Square. Platform. This, it's going to be cool. Because what we're going to do is we're going to have it rotate. And then you get to see it slowly rotate. And eventually this will be some sort of mechanism that is moving. Animation player. Also in this whole area we're going to need an Omnilight. Let's just grab one from here. So that way it has the distance activation stuff. And then we're going to make this like a pale blue-green. Yeah, eventually there needs to be a lot of cool tubes and stuff leading out of this thing. Actually, these should probably be like brighter blue. Like, let's go raw, let's go 1, or like 0.7, and then like 1.5. There we are. Blue shifted. Okay. And then spin. Auto start, loop it. Transform rotation. 360. Oh wait, there we are. This will be very cool. Because what this does is it should be painfully obvious what happens. The doubled Rileys are very funny. But okay, so now we have a thing where we can like use the funky flow to like deactivate the thing. So yeah, I think the player will be smart enough to determine what happens with that. But with this, I wonder if they'll be confused by the, like, field here. I mean, almost certainly they will be, but they'll get over it. Okay. So, okay, now we have the very, like, core premise of the game in place, which is we use things to slow down things. But I think also I want another way to go. So this is just one direction. Actually? No, I was about to say, what if I made the, like, regulation field? I guess that's what I'll call it, a regulation field. On the other side of this, so that way, like, you still needed the time gun, but then it's like, well, that'd be mean. Like, to present a thing and then immediately present a challenge they can't overcome with it. But actually, I have a good idea. Move this so that it's the first thing they see, and then we move the other platform and spinning stuff so that it's on the other side. So it's like, you know, this goes here, this goes here, this goes here. And then perhaps we have a challenge going up this way. So the player will have to use their big brain to remember this way. So basically what I imagine is now there's a way up there where they have to use this and they can do that. Boom. And they have to be fast. I like really stuttered there for some reason. I don't usually have a stutter, which is weird. But okay. And this is a lot more convenient than like the regulation or the resume only machines that I had before, which were like pretty confusing. But okay, I think add spatial for like a new area. This will be like a couple platforms. And then they can go up to a, just get one of these. With a door at the top. And also these should probably like save your position. That'd be nice. But I'll ignore that for now. We just need doors. And we'll start needing more like Omni lights and stuff. Actually, should all of these be in the... They all should be in the lighting that we have. Where is that actually? Environment market, lighting. That's where it is. Okay. And what this does is it deactivates any light node, or it like does a funny thing with the light nodes, but then it also turns itself invisible. I think it's what it does. For L in light nodes, get node L if blah, blah. Toggle, visible equals lights enabled. Okay, so we just turn off the lights like that. So that'll just turn off everything here. I guess this should be 0.5. But okay. Make this unique. We're gonna see the power of video games live on stream. The most powerful video games ever created. Actually, I feel like this is coming along pretty well. I was worried that like I would just not be good at designing levels ever and just be a permanent failure. But I think now there's promise, because it's like, it feels like a reasonable elevation of difficulty, but I'll have to see. I may need like a lot more space in between each of these. And then we also, of course, I think because it's such an exploration-focused game, it should really have more things to find. I'll have to put a lot more work into that once we actually get like the layout finalized. Alright, let's also make these reflection probes a bit lighter by default. I know that's like cowardice, you know, but they should probably be like a little bit easier to see where things are. Oh, which one is which? Oh, I see. Okay. So this is the first one for some reason. But okay, we can have at least like a sickly green glow, you know? And this one. Oh. And so now I want this one to go down here, above the door, right there. And we get this to be, edit this, edit this. Took a little bit. There we go. Okay, let's see our master plan in action here. Yeah, I think maybe the whole, I was originally going to have a thing where like there's moving platforms and you could like go in the cracks of them. I don't think that's really in the cards now. Well, I mean, it could still be neat. I think that could actually be the like evolution of it though. Okay, yeah, that's pretty reasonable. There is the uncomfortable fact that most of the doors are one way, that the player will have to sort of come to terms with. Oh. My YouTube died. Surprising it's only been, yeah, I guess it's surprising that it's lasted this long. It's lasted like 3 hours without my intervention. That's a rarity. Also, I'm pretty happy with how this is coming along. Oh. There we go. I like this one. I think once we get into here, I'd like a bit more of an open-ended area. Or, okay, what I'm thinking is, we get the time gun, and then we loop around into there, and it like changes shape. I'll have to figure out what I want with that though. I think for now I'm just going to focus on making like little platforming challenges. Because okay, we've integrated one puzzle with the time platform. I think we need like a couple more specifically with it to show like the full implications of the time slowing down. And then we go to, we give the player the time gun, and we just really like go off the rails. Because I want to show the interaction of the fan with the time platforms. So I think what we do is we remind the player what the fans do. And we have them in spaced repetition. We have this one. I think we put a fan. And then we put a what have you, a time or a button. Like we don't actually have the, we don't actually bother with the time slowing down until later. Or until like after a few seconds of this. Okay, and then make unique. We'll do like 3 and like 3. Yeah, this is turning out way better than the previous version. I think, as it turns out, referring to good video games for like game design is helpful. Like, stealing from Portal is probably going to be what makes the game good. Or at least what makes this particular thing good. And then I'll steal from other games. My goodness, can you imagine how many games there are in the world that are like good? That'd be very powerful. I didn't need all of this. We're just going to do a very simple remind the player how mechanics of the game work. And actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this one have like 15. No, we shouldn't do too many concepts at once. I'm going to do like... Actually, I could have it be like this, where we don't have a door. Instead, we're going to have this area. Be like this. And then have this come up like this. And have this go like this. And I'm imagining the thing that I really want is to go like a kilometer straight down. And I think what it's going to be is like you're going to escape this sort of boundaries of this area. And when you do, there's just going to be a chasm, and you go all the way to the bottom. And then from there, you can come back up. What if we had like 2 of them? And then, what am I clicking? Hello? Video game? Oh, I see. Because these CSG boxes are parented to this CSG box, they're all fucked up. And that's what I get for making a CSG box, like, trying to use them as CSGs. Okay, there we are. And then we can get this, and we can get the wire. Oh, that's the wrong one. Get that one out of here. Get this one in here. And we are going to go this way, like that. And I know it's completely unnecessary to make the curves like aesthetic at the moment, but ah well. I think I'll just make it so that like next week, because I'm going to visit some friends, I'll make them play test this. And I'll just make, like, I'll just add enough constraints, like I'll add like walls, so that way they can't get out. But okay. Oh wait, I haven't applied the door to the correct thing. Yeah, because now this goes to other door. We're getting beautiful video game content in here. Actually, I want this one to go back to how it is normally. And then this one, well, actually, I think this one should be normal. And then this one is going to be like 20 imparted velocity and like 1 or like 2 meters. Oh. Oh, I see. The reset, there's UI to indicate when I'm resetting, but it's so low to the ground that the dogs completely override it or like block it. But okay. I see the error of my ways, which is, what if we just raise this up a little bit? That'd be easier. Ta-da. And then we got that going up. I think we should do like 4 seconds here. This will be like our first like trickier thing, maybe? Oh wait, we should not have the activation take so long. Well, actually we could. Let's say like 7 there. Basically, the activation time allows us to, wait, we need to do that. Having a bigger gap between activation and deactivation makes it easier on us. Let's not make this so, like, challenging yet. It's interesting. I am kind of making... Do I want this to be like this, where it's just a weird, like, basically just for the... Oh. Oh, I know what that was. That was standing on the collision, I betcha. Propeller. Should have... Wait. So I should always have layer 17. Wait, do we do anything with the... No, okay. Wait, but that... No, because there's no collision. Obviously. So we don't need to worry about that. So then how did this go so crazy? I'm already trying to do, like, difficult things when I think... Really, the question should be, not that. Yeah, because this is just to, like, refresh the player's memory of, like, hey, you're gonna have to, like, do things in this area soon. Like, you're gonna have to, like, pay attention to stuff. Oh, I accidentally killed myself. Oh. Well, that was cool. But what we really need is a fountain here. Fountain A, large. That way, we can save the game. Damn it. Riley was in the way. She was actively thwarting my ability to platform properly. Which actually, now that I think about it, that's going to be a pretty big issue if she can do that. I think it needs to be that she backs up away from you. What the fuck? Oh, I see. What they should do... These things need to, like, refresh your spin. Yeah, let's add that to bugs, I guess. The fan should reset your spin. Maybe. I'm realizing that could also create, like, you could spin infinitely in the air, and that could cause issues. But okay, this should, like, sufficiently reintroduce the player to the concept of, like, oh, there's, like, you know, these fans still. So how do the fans interact with the time shifting? That's still... I'm still curious as to what that means. Like, what am I colliding with where that happens? I like that. There we are. Safe and sound. So I think here I might have like a larger room that's more relaxed. Or like more exploratory, and you just like kind of walk around for a little bit. Riley, you're not supposed to be in here. This is my dream. Mesh set outfit, global stat waking outfit. Invalid set outfit on base spatial. Let's just do like if global.hasStat waking outfit. We then do that. Oh, it didn't, hang on. Global.getPlayer.fade in. Okay. Great. Jesus fucking Christ. What is this then? So invalid type in function set cannot convert argument 1 from int to dictionary. Do I need to do like dictionary stats waking outfit? Player.mesh.get outfit. Okay, hang on. The whole thing is fucked. Start a new game. And also, breed the dogs. And buy an alpaca? Was that what I needed? Something or other. Oh, the creatures are hungry. Well, there's more food where that came from. We got like $1 billion. But okay, you know what? While we're here, let me congratulate myself and like take it from the top. I mean, admittedly, it's kind of jank how it like sends, how you can send so many signals and it like completely fucks itself. Oh wait, no. It eventually is consistent because, yeah, okay. It all works out in the end. And then the player can like do that if they have like a pulse, basically. See, I think in a lot of these areas I can just add a bit more detail and just like kind of try to integrate the platforming stuff more thoroughly into here. The player will see that and they'll be like, I can't get in there. Perhaps, you know, a mechanic elsewhere in the game will tell me how. See, here the player has to exert a bit more juice. Though that might be a bit too much. So that's pretty easy to figure out. Alright. And now we don't have Riley with us. Or Razia. Wait, what the fuck? Hang on. That's not correct. That's not how it works, Godot. Okay, let's see what's even happening. No, wrong thing. The fans are what we need. So we have the wind box. Oh, is it? Is this rotating? No, because these are areas. This has nothing. In fact, delete that. Get that completely out of here. Then we got some jank collision shapes from the, trying to generate a thing here. Then the wind box. What does the wind box do that it should not do? Global transform.basis.y. Velocity equals velocity slide basis plus basis times velocity. Is this the right thing? I guess that's fine. V dot equals this times that. Apply force. Is it the hurt box? Is it the blockade? So like if I like disable collision on like this and this, do we still have the issue with imparted velocity being wrong at certain angles? Okay, let's double check. I'll reproduce the bug. Okay, it's something to do with... So then it has to be like the blockade, right? But what does that mean for us? Oh, it's the hurt box, but it's not even hurting the player. What the fuck? Because, like, first of all, this isn't even... It's not even damaging the player. What? Is it the combination of both? I don't understand what this means. Because it feels like there's no logical connection. Okay, there we go. Good. I guess. So it's not an issue with that. Or it's not an issue with these two. It's just that it's kind of inconsistent to reproduce. And so that means this here. V velocity direction greater than velocity. Wait, hang on. We literally have this at multiple places. Okay, so let's test this again. So, B dot velocity. That's not what B's velocity is. Because velocity is a vector. Got a lot of constants. We got velocity. Okay. So it's basically just, oh, because it's velocity dot direction. Which, okay. Well, no, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, okay, because it's saying this. So we're almost there. We continue. Otherwise, b dot velocity equals velocity dot slide direction. Is it because it's is like some sort of growing imprecision? So maybe it needs to do some sort of like times 0.99 or something like that. Or let's do like delta float. And let's do var fade equals clamp 1. So like 1 minus delta times 2, 0 to 1. So this way, fade here. So this way we like gradually slow down the amount of velocity independent of it. Okay, let's see if that will do what I wish it to do. It'll take a while, I think, for the computer to kind of like catch up. There we go. I don't like it still, though. Let's turn fade to like 5 or like 10. Let's just say it equals this, actually. Actually, let's say this is like fucking 0. Or like 100. It feels like, if anything, this is making it more consistently reproducible. Let's check this. Okay, so the player's velocity is that. And then when we go one more, now our velocity is this, and our pre-slide velocity is that. And so ground velocity is 0. So now it should do is not move us or not fling us. How? How does it do that? Because it's like, it's flinging us like 20 meters in the wrong direction. Is it something to do with ground velocity? Hang on. We need to banish the creatures to the other realm. I'm going to look at ground velocity. Why is it not happening now? I don't get it. Is it like a frame rate thing? That's going to suck if it's like frame rate dependent. How would that even work, actually? Oh, is it? Is this in process? No, it's in physics process. I don't understand. Oh, there we go. I didn't see what ground velocity was, though. Okay, it doesn't seem to change. But then what's like... What's the malfunction then? What the hell's going on? Because we can see it very clearly sets to 15 correctly sometimes. Hang on. If b dot velocity is not equal to direction times velocity, breakpoints. What does it mean? It's beyond my comprehension here. Wait, okay. So it's completely outside of the... Okay, I mean, I guess it makes sense that it's not based on the, you know, that the math is not being incorrect here. That also begs the question as to what I should actually do about, like, oh god, fucking damn it. Now I can't even get on the fucking thing. Now it's a little bit too, powerful. Let's do like ×2 or something. Basically, there's a little bit of like, when you're in here, there's a little bit of like regulation. There we go. You know what I think would be interesting? Once you get the time gun, where do these fans come from? What the fuck is going on? Is it like a bug with the collision? Hang on. What if we disable all of the colliders on this? Or we just like disable collision here? Just remove that. Is it the math or is it like the science of it? Because now, well, now the issue is that I can't even like get on the thing. Like from the side. What if we put something else there? Like, so it's just maybe some kind of bug with that. So I'm just going to put a CSG box. And this will go gently into the night. So is there any possible way for this? Okay, there is. There is some sort of interaction with getting on this thing at an angle. But I don't understand what it is. Oh, is it because... Oh, I bet you I know what it is. I bet you it's some sort of interaction when the player is on the ground. So what we need to do is, if the player is grounded, we need to set them to, like, falling. Wind box. Oh, but that's gonna be a pain. Because basically, if B dot grounded is grounded, B dot state, or like set state. Actually, let's just say and direction dot y greater than 0.1, or let's just say 0. Set state player state machine s dot fall. There we go. So basically now it will automatically set the player to fall, because I think it's just some sort of weird interaction with like grounded like logic of like trying to figure out where, like, how to move the player such that they're still colliding with the ground, and then it like really fucks up. Ouch. Oh yeah. Let's bring these back. And let's try to jank this now. So it was something to do with like getting on it like this, and now it feels like it just does it perfectly. Oh, but I see that our thing here is broken, and also, what is happening there? Something went wrong with our thing. Also, bring back the creatures. We need more dogs. We need to breed more dogs, get more llamas, I think. Get our low-quality dogs into high-quality dogs. I don't know. I know we also need a fox. There we go. Alright, let's try to jank this out. Wait, let's also see, what was the issue with this thing? Was it just like some sort of weird... What is that? Freeze. Ugh. What is that? Nothing there. Okay, start this. This is horrible. The game sucks now. It seems to be something to do with the, I don't know what it is. I mean, I guess I'll just F8 and then... Because, yeah, we didn't get anything from there, but I can go to the profile log viewer. And I can see what it has to say about it. We also need, crucially, that. Okay. Open. So, the most recent logs. These ones. Yes. Okay, so where is... Why is this, like, full screen? os.set full screen? How do I unfull screen? Display. os.window full screen. Okay, because I need to move this so that I can see all the creatures. It didn't work. Interesting. Wait, what? Huh? It says it here. Let's do window borderless equals false, or like, how did this not, like, work? There we go, okay. Okay, and we need to go back to 5103. So what are these, like, really bad ones? Are these particularly insightful at all? Okay, we do have a lot of nav mesh stuff. Okay, are these the, like... I can't tell which ones are the bad ones. 44 milliseconds is not it. I think it must be these ones. This one's like 3 seconds, I think. I think these are in milliseconds. Okay. Let's just see if I can reproduce the, like, freezing. So something to do with, like, going here, maybe? Maybe it was a fluke? I mean, I don't really buy that. Oh, but also this thing is broken now. I think if you stand on it too many times, it just, like, deactivates. How does that happen? So, this one was completed, but now we have a new one. The player, or like, area too much causes it to break. So do we have anything here? Hello? Is there, like... There we go. No, this is a CSG cylinder. How do we get the... Oh, wait. Is it? This looks like an area. Editor description, pause mode, pause interpolation mode. No, okay, yeah, this is definitely just, like, not relevant. I don't know why it's, like... But why does it have all of this stuff? Yeah, this is very clearly an area. Yeah, it has active as its state. Min time active, min active time. Is there, like... Okay, so it says that it's active, basically. Oh wait, yeah, because we didn't fix this. I forgot, we improved the wire so that it's a lot more reliable, but that didn't actually fix the underlying, like, button that can break. Can't add child blah to live debug. Already has child live debug. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, well, I don't need to worry about this stuff. What I need to worry about is much more the, like, gameplay. Oh. And I guess I don't really need to do it from the top. I guess I'm just kind of satisfied with, like, the concept. Step on the little button, do a thing. Oh yeah, hang on. I'm gonna disable the profiler because it itself causes a lot of overhead. Oh, oh wait, okay, good. It did that. Okay, so we can have that. We'll have this little area as, like, just sort of ruins that are neat. It'll have some sort of story relevance. YouTube has killed my music again. I spoke too highly of it. Okay. Got that? Oh yeah, and also, so something I'll need to remember is that now I have to make sure that fans that are meant for the player when they're on the ground are always pointing, like, horizontal or slightly downward, because otherwise they're gonna make the player, like, fly upward, or they're gonna put the player in the, like, fall state in order to counteract that bug. And what I mean by that is basically if I do this, it'll do, well, yeah, it'll be just kind of janky. I wonder if, what happens if it's pointing slightly downwards? Is that gonna really fuck it up? No, not really. Yeah, you can see how it's less of a wind and more of, like, a force field. Oh wait, we don't even need this field here. So I'll remove it, because otherwise I think it's going to confuse the player. Hmm. Also, I just realized, so does the player's breath, like, properly, I don't think the particles properly register. Oh yeah, I need the temperature system soon. That one's a bit jank. But okay, and then from there, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have our second machine interact with something up here. And all it'll do is just deactivate some fans. Okay. How do I know. I'll just get this. Perfect. Well, perfect. All right. Do I want it to be so simple? So straightforward? What the fuck was that? God damn it. Oh, I think I understand. It's probably something to do with the fact that I, like, deleted it, or, like, moved a floor out from under me. It seems like I was, like, stuck in the grounded state. So I'm not gonna just play the game in a bugged state and try to debug it. Yeah, now it's a little bit more acceptable. Wait, I don't like this as well. Hang on. Let's go to the player. So, crouch, jump. So if time max or velocity dot y less than 0. There we go. Now it's a lot less janky. I mean, it's still a smidge janky, but that's okay. And actually, let's also just have it down here. Elif, or no, that's fine. Oh wait, no, okay, that is correct. That's what I want. Yeah, okay. It felt like it's still, like, the character's in the state for a little too long. But okay. And then you just do this. Turn off the machine. And then we go to our regulation field, quote unquote. Did that, like, not work? Hello? What I could have is like the dangers of save here. And also I should probably save all the stuff that I've done. More level design. Beautiful. But okay, so I also need some way of like establishing like the thematic reason that there's like you know, the time slowing stuff. I'm divided on if I want the colliders to exist. But okay, and then once you come through here, you're back to somewhere else. Not sure exactly what that's going to do. I think now is the time for the player to get the time gun. So we go to here, to the time gun. That's not what the time gun is. Gun. We put that beautiful bad boy right here. And it should be very prominent and impossible to miss, and also impossible to like get out of here without using it. Wait, where'd the... There it is, okay. So yeah, for now, it's just going to be like that. And I think now what the player might be able to do is like go this way. I'm trying to figure out what I should let the player do. I know. From here, they can get into the ductwork. This is... Why does it... Oh, I see. I was dumb. I didn't understand what I was looking at there. Basically, tube. And like, we got freaking cool stuff now. Whatever, this is fine. Okay, so we got that one to get out there. Then we got this one to go out here. And now the player has officially graduated away from the time gun. Oh wait, I just realized I need to have this do the opposite, where I need it to push the player up into something, and then they can't get down. Or no, and then they can't get through, so they have to go up. And then they have this. And then they have this. And now they're home free. In like all sorts of new and wacky ways. Because now they're like, for real, like, starting to get into new territory. And I'll need to remember that the player should be able to get back down from here. Maybe I should make it a little easier. Well, no. Well... I'll see how I feel about it. Man, do you remember the, like, previous version of this area? It was so fucking bad. I'm really glad that I deleted it. Because, like, the first challenge was just, like, jump from one platform to another, like, 12 times in a row. And now we actually have, like, properly constructed, like, sequences that build on each other. It feels like a video game now. It feels like levels that could be in a game. And now all the player has to do is be able to go backwards. And they'll be able to figure things out. Oh yeah, I don't need the machines anymore. Oh wait, does this not? Hang on. What? Oh, I see. No, I don't see. What? What is this regulation? Just do time management. Dot resume. Yeah. And I need a bigger sound effect for, like, well, I need a sound effect. Yeah, now we say goodbye to the machines. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, so we'll need to be able to go behind this. That's the main thing. And then we go around. In fact, what do I want to do here? Probably move this. Hang on. I know what to do. Get off the ground, and then we move this backward. So that way it's more clear to me how this is supposed to work. And then, like, maybe a little bit of, like, a thing here of, like... You know, you have this extra bit. Factor to do that. So that way it's not quite so not quite so challenging yet. The player's still getting used to, like this is the very first challenge the player's supposed to have. Yeah, and then you go into this one. And then, I think, we start doing more interesting stuff. I would still really like to have the ability of, like, the level to change layout, but looking at all of this, that would be so complicated. Because we got things like the wires that have, like, you know, movement. Well, yeah. I should also make sure it's, like, not possible to soft lock yourself with the time slowing stuff. But okay, what do we do now that we got the time slow? I guess we could do a smidge of non-linearity. I'm actually, what would I want? I think I'd want to get the player used to the idea of, like, maybe just the same challenges, more or less, again, but with a bit more panache. That's what I'll say. It's like we have this here, and I say fountain A, large, oh no, fountain A, there we are. Take your time, Godot. Man, I wish the, like, drag and drop was consistent, but okay. Have that there, and then I imagine another thing where we go forward. Maybe we start introducing falling platforms. That could be interesting. Or maybe we introduce the falling platforms a little earlier. Because now that the player has the time gun, it kind of obviates the need for most of this other stuff. I know what to do. To just get the gist of it, I'm gonna have, like, this here, and then we're gonna have some falling platforms here. To just, like, conceptualize that, like, maybe there's just some sort of platforming there. Really just pushing buttons to make sure the player's, like, awake. Because then we can start combining that with the other things. I do think the effect is so interesting because it's not just like a tint or like a multiply, but because it actually, like, red shifts everything. Hopefully that's not, like, hurting your eyes. The fact that it, like, turns the entire screen bright red. It's just such an interesting effect. Good job, me. You know? I think, you know, a lot of times we don't give me enough credit. And I think I need more accolades. Accolades. What is our next step from here? I think a couple falling platforms up to a, I know. Maybe now we start going down. And now we're below where we once were. I know an easy idea. Get a door. What if we had platforms that came up while they were... I see. I think I know what I want. I want a button and wire. So we no longer need any of this crap. Just make that unique, and then probably remove that point and straighten this one out. What if this is like a time where we can't actually see where it goes immediately? Or like, where we don't... Yeah, so like it goes off to the side. And we have to trust it. Well... yeah, I think that's fine. Because I'm going to put some falling platforms here. Hang on. Go here so that I can remind Godot how drag and drop works. I don't understand why that's so, like, inconsistent, but it is what it is. Get another door here. What the fuck am I doing? Control C, Control D, what the fuck? There we go. Oh wait, okay. No, that was completely my fault. I was pressing Control C and I thought it was going to do the thing that Control D does. Probably signals that I'm about at my limits of mental capacity. But okay, so this player button. Oh, I know. That's fine. The wire. The wire controls it. And when this wire hits 1, it opens the door. Who knew? Who could have anticipated such a thing? Incredible. Thank you, Godot, for showing me the code that I've seen 100 times. I guess it's fine, though. It should validate that, like, you're putting it in the correct place. But okay, and then we go down. And down and down and down. Probably a little easier than this. Or a little bit more interesting at the very least. Like, it shouldn't just be like freaking this. Maybe like have this one lower. Also, my voice is starting to fail. Ooh, a video game died. Video game crashed. Why did video game crash? In 03, 09 footage, about 4:32. Or about 433 or something like that. There we are. What were the other mechanics that I was intending to use? I think this might be kind of just like the main three. Of just falling platforms, doors that activate, because these doors are way more convenient than the ones that are like motion activated that like shut, and way more intuitive. And I think it's just fun to watch a thing like activate and like shoot around. It's just funny to just like make a bunch of oh shit. I broke it. Well, good thing the doors don't actually like need to work yet. So we can just get around that for now. And then yeah, and then I think, what if just big area? Like just huge area in here. CSG cylinder. So we just have like cool zone. And this would be the area where it's actually like becoming the proper necropolis. Have that in there as like a subtraction. And then use collision. Great. Box. We shall subtract this as well. No, subtraction. Yeah, this could be one of our cooler, like, lore areas. Hang on, I'm gonna make the doorway a little bit closer to level, just for the sake of, like, I don't know, pretending. Yeah, I'm realizing, I still want this area to be, like, active, in the sense of, like, I don't know, you can see, I don't know, or, like, where there's still things that are active, and, like, moving around and doing stuff, and then, like, so that way it draws contrast when you deactivate it with by pulling the capacitor. Because, like, sure, it turns off all the lights. Oh yeah, also, all Omni lights need to be in the lighting section. There we go. Okay, so I think our funny time thing is going to be right in the center of that, so we don't need this time machine. We're going to get this thing. And then I kind of want more non-linear areas. Oh yeah. Okay. And here, why does going backwards like this fuck it up so much? But okay, I see. So resetting. I mean, admittedly, well, I don't really understand why the player would be on the ground still. What does it mean? Because I think it's something to do with, I think it's only to do with teleporting objects, but I don't understand how that would work. Maybe it's, Hang on. We need to get our money. There we go. So if I reset here, and then, okay. Wait, I'll need to make sure that places have like distinct visuals, so that way, because I already forgot where I was, even though it's like, well, I guess it's also because it's just, there's no walls, so like I can easily backtrack to like the completely wrong areas. And then we should also have, I think, a bit of combat earlier on, before we get into the time slow. So I think I would want to move most of this stuff down, or like out and down. I'm trying to figure out how to actually like get this the best. Like get all this stuff out, get all this stuff down. How do I get like most of this? Did that get it? Why is so much stuff like not got by that? Who are these? They're over here? Why are they... Huh? Why are there centers of mass like in the completely wrong... Oh, I understand now. Because they should be like... Well, no, I don't get it. No, I do get it, okay. Hang on. Wait, why are they... What are these? What is this? What? I don't understand. Why is it yellow? What does the yellow mean? Why does it say it's over here, but then this like is not translated? When clearly they're translated, like they're over here. I simply don't understand, but I don't need to understand at the moment. So I'll just put them up here. So we're going to get the Sirity stuff and we're going to put that in like here. And then we're going to get like a black market. What is this actually? What is this actually? Oh, I see. No, I don't see. What the fuck is this? I don't understand what I'm looking at here. Oh, I see. I do understand what I'm looking at here. It's the preview node that was generated that for some reason was still there. Okay. There we go. Okay. So now this is here, and these things are... So now if we go to Necrosirity, I think it's because these collision shapes are like automatically generated. I don't understand even slightly how they're like over here and when this is over there. Such is life. You know, maybe I should be... I'd probably be fine with it mostly being... I know. I could just have alternate paths. I don't need everything to loop back around to the same place. I could have like an extra path that's like a fight with a guy, and then you get like a thing. And it's just like, oh, that's a dead end, clearly. Trolley. And that way you can get up there and then here. I think now what I'd like is actually to do kind of get a CSG box and like I say spatial extra stuff, CSG cylinder, or like stuff. Let's get a couple exits. I say 3 routes. Because now we're getting a bit more advanced and I want to start cutting the players some slack. Let them like explore the world on their own. And so this could be one of the like actual like proper necropolis little atriums that I had before. And I could start introducing the collapsing platforms. Or the like collapsing bridges. Or I could keep those, actually. I think I'm going to keep those as like a unique thing for when the environment starts like falling apart. That would make sense. Did it? Oh. Oh, I see. I entered and exited on the same frame. Yeah. So let's say entering and exiting on the same frame, maybe? As like the thing? Frame plus a different issue with the timeouts. I should probably just simplify it so there's not like 12 different meanings to timing out. And just have like different, I know, I could just have different timers for each of them. Wait, let's also make that, make this bad guy have a bit of a higher radius because he is now 50, so let's do 60. So you can always feel the light. Ta-da! But okay. I think a neat idea is have a little thing, have a CSG cylinder and then have it so that as the time buttons activate, they like bring up little like platforms, and so you have to time it with them. Let's see, I'll show you. Get this up there. This may be our most sophisticated one yet. Make unique. Okay, and then I'm gonna add a platform square. Look at that, beautiful. And the way I envision this working is each one, actually they need to have a spatial. Then we swap them, then we add a door. And then activate. And what that'll do is transform. Let's reset this, reset this. Oh, whoops. Well, these two is easy. Oh, and that even was in the correct place, good. Okay, but now I can have these, and then what I'm gonna do. Aha. That does exactly what I want it to do. Oh, edit. Edit. Let's do... Door 2 is going to be here. And it'll do like that. Okay. Wait. Make this unique. There we are. So now we got two of these bad boys, and they're gonna go up, go into other things like this. And then I'll even figure out like where I want this to be. Okay, let's see if this will even like work. Oh wait, we need to have, let's have a fountain. No, not that one. And I like, why is video game not working? Okay, just start it up again. Oh, it broke again. Hang on. We should probably have these doors also like reset on player death. And the trigger zones actually. That would be a good idea. So let's have like just this button. So like x equals connect global dot get, or like player dot connect died self on player died, and then like on player died if active if state not equal to state dot idle. state equals state dot type. Or like deactivate, I guess. Deactivate time if timer dot stop. So this way, hopefully we get some things that'll like behave themselves. But okay, so what do I actually want here? Because I think these are fast enough that I don't, like I barely even, yeah, we don't even need that. I could do just like one. It's like we have like the short wire, long wire. And then okay, so now the challenge, basically you just do that, then you let that come out a bit, and then, well, you don't even need the third one. I don't care that much. What I imagine is having like something like the here, and then it like gets up a little higher, and then there's like some falling platforms. Also, music died. Actually, what if we had the falling bridges now? Yeah, I'm fine with this for the moment. Okay, and then I want a crawler. So that way the player can, like, see the effectiveness of it. And they'll be sneaky. And that would get us one side. Maybe I should have, like, some combat arenas as well. I'm super happy with how this, like, wire mechanic has turned out. Also, wait, is there just, like, does one of these just not work at all? I swear there's just one of these that isn't doing anything. Well, if that's the case, I'll just, like, remove it. I don't need two of these. Okay, so which is the low one? Yeah, remove wire 2. Remove door whatchabob. Oh, I see. Maybe. Okay. Let's see if this works still. Why is this? Oh, I see. Because it's broken. I should figure out how fast I want it to recharge soon. Because I guess in general, it's not really a matter of like, oh, can you like have time stopped for so long, but more like there are things that aren't possible when time is stopped. Oh yeah, and also the fact that the player gets damage from it if they do it too much. Like they get like cold damage. Alright, so I think what I'd want here... What are the final mechanics that I want? I want the player to kind of just like be able to enjoy the time gun for a little bit before we really ramp it up. Well, do I want to really ramp it up? I guess not. I don't need to. This is meant to be like the introductory area for this gun. I just keep doing this over and over. I think it's also just, it's just fun to watch these wires go. Or the balls. Oh, I see. So, yeah, when you activate it, after it's been activated already, it just breaks. Which is strange. But does it deactivate when I die? There we go, it does. Okay, so what is exactly the bug? If I let it reset and then get off, that's not it. It feels like there's honestly like a limit to the number of them that I can do. Ah, well. It's been about 5 hours, in fact, almost exactly 5 hours. So what I'm going to say is that's a good start. We got a little area, and I think now all I need to do is make the interesting half of it. Since this is all kind of meant to be like, just getting you in the mood of like, okay, here's how things work, here's how things do. And then we can actually bring back the, actually, we could have these still, even though they're not strictly necessary, like they're not useful now. Instead, just keeping them fresh in the player's mind, because I can use them mechanically to like fuck with the player. By like having things where they need to stop time, but then like it messes, but then like there's a regulation field that just like messes them up. Okay, so I'm gonna say my next thing is like a little non-linear area and then a more difficult area as like a finale. In fact, I think this area, okay, I know what I'm gonna do. So finalize the mechanics for the necropolis. So playtest and level fix is probably gonna be here. Oh, I already did this. But I guess basically I got all this. Detailed review of footage, when are concepts introduced, how many variations are shown, when are concepts combined, how is the information shown, what does the game assume the player knows? I basically got that. Yeah, so I'm thinking our next steps are a non-linear area for the level. Does it... Maybe it changes shape. That would... Then the final area would be in the inner workings. And a handful of challenges. some cool final flight once the capacitor is removed. Or like, so we could introduce collapsing items, introduce more enemies. That would be very interesting to just kind of deliberately overwhelm the player with, like, you know, fuck you, here's the fucking tent pole enemy that can, like, massacre your health. And then, like, who else is really good with, who else would, like, be really hard to fight without the, what if I made an enemy that had the regulation field? Room full rats. Or collapsing, because this is actually, that'd be a very interesting idea. And then also, use the regulation fields more as a an obstacle. Okay. Levels designed. Alrighty. And I think it may very well be... No, I was about to say the end of the creatures, but hang on. I have an idea. Well, one, we haven't even gotten the llamas or the foxes yet. More importantly, though, I can get like a thing and fill it full of ghosts. That could be fun. But okay, let's take some llamas. They're freeloaders. We need you to reproduce for the state. Give us a new offspring. And then we will wait patiently for that. And that'll be like our final conclusion for the day. Okay, it's a pink one. Is that a new one? No. Useless. Useless creatures. But alright, that'll be it for today. That was pretty productive. Let's see, so I'm actually this is the most confident I've been about like the level design basically since the game started. So hopefully it'll actually turn out pretty well in playtesting. But alright, see you later.